now is our spring heifer calves for the red and white show. We'll be looking to have our black and white spring calves on deck. A few public service announcements. Want to let the red and white exhibitors know that our judges started to line up our first calf, our spring calves. Before the day gets too far away, we would like those red and white exhibitors to know that the sheets for the premier breeder and exhibitor points are up here, and you as an exhibitor are responsible for filling out those sheets and then turning them back into Tim Zimba up here at the scorers table. So if you've got multiple animals you're showing today, please fill those sheets out. Also, as a public service announcements, we have for those folks that may have family and friends at home that couldn't be here in Greenwich today, we have Ringside Live here at the stand, and they are broadcasting this, and you can find the link through the New York Holstein Facebook page and website. So maybe just relay that message to anybody that did not get turned on to that. So we thank Ringside Live for being here today. We worked with them in the past, and they're a class act to work with.
So what I was checking.
And congratulations to entry 37, Gabe Canary with Canary Tango Lady in Red. Your first place spring calf and your first junior. Second place goes to entry number 48 for Duncan and Courtney Bailey with S.O. Jen Believe Lucille. And in third place, entry 141, Henry Peck with Welcome EXC Shea Red. Judge Thomas with your reasons.
Good morning, exhibitors, and a nice class of red and white March calves to start off today. But for me, a handy winner in the first calf, a calf that's the most balanced calf in the class today, a calf that exemplifies that dairiness and strength all the way through. And she uses her openness through her forerib, depth back through her rear flank, squareness of pins to go over the really dairy calf coming out here in second. A little closer placing here between our second and third heifers, but I just prefer the dairiness and quality all the way through on our second heifer. A heifer that's a little thinner in her hide, a little cleaner in her bone down through her hock for me today to go over the heifer here in third. The heifer in third over the heifer in fourth. It is on the way she moves on her feet and legs today. She tracks with more width between her hocks and also carries more width through her chest and up through her muzzle to go over the really nice side profile heifer coming out here in fourth. The heifer in fourth over the heifer in fifth uses her overall style, her depth of both fore and rear rib today, her openness to her rib structure today to go over our fifth place heifer. Congratulations.
Okay.
Our first class of the black and white show is making their way into the ring. Just want to announce that our judges today, center stage is Nathan Thomas. Nathan Thomas with his wife Jenny and their three children, Colton, Kendall, and Cameron, along with Nathan's family, own and operate the Triple T Holsteins in North Lewisburg, Ohio. Triple T's herd consists of over 100 registered head of Holsteins and Jerseys, with the current milking herd being around 35 head. They have been fortunate to breed, own, develop, sell, and board over 200 All-American and All-Canadian nominations. And it has been home to many champions over the years, including most recently the 2025 World Dairy Expo Supreme Champion, Stony Point Joel Bailey. Beyond the daily chores, Nathan also manages the marketing of the farm and oversees cattle and embryo sales. And he and Jenny now own and operate Thomas Marketing and Consulting, LLC, where they manage consignment, cattle, and embryo sales. Nathan has had the honor to judge Holsteins, Jerseys, and Red and Whites at the World Dairy Expo. He has judged Jerseys at the Royal Winter Fair and he has officiated several national shows in Canada, Mexico, Brazil, Northern Ireland, UK, and Australia, and has served as official at many other high-level shows around the world. We welcome Nathan to the Northeast Summer National with a round of applause and thank him for his time and expertise. Assisting Nathan today, hailing from St. Alexander, Quebec, is J.P. Charret, who grew up on his family farm with the prefix Chaluka. After finishing school with a degree in dairy science from the Ag School in La Poquetière, he started traveling worldwide to fit and work with the best dairy cattle around the world. His work took him to Quebec, Canada, U.S., South America, Europe, and Australia. And now he and his wife, Anik, own and operate Ferme Charret with their 4 children and milk 70 Holsteins, Jerseys, and Ashers. JP has bred and sold many animals that were all American, all Canadian, and all Quebec. And he has judged many local, regional, provincial, and national shows around Quebec and Canada and multiple shows in the U.S. We welcome JP to the Northeast Summer National and thank him for assisting Nathan today. A nice round of applause. as our judges working the ring with our black and white spring calves. Just an announcement that the breeder sheets are also available up here for the black and white division. So those exhibitors that want to be in contention for breeder and exhibitor points, please come on up and get those sheets. We also wanted to let you guys know that the junior promotion booth with shirts and sweatshirts and all kinds of good swag is set up here in the Ag Center today only. They will not be here tomorrow. The juniors participating in the showmanship will get a $10 coupon off of any swag, and that'll be a certificate later this afternoon for the showmanship contest. So get your New York Holstein goodies for the fall shows that are coming up. We also want to say a special thank you to all of the sponsors and the many people that contributed in many multiple ways, and their banners are around the ring. And these folks and these businesses have done a great service to New York Holstein and monetary donations or other factors, and they are to be thanked. And please utilize their services if you know people that do work for these companies. So special thank you to those sponsors around the ring and in the barns. To all of our junior exhibitors out there in both the red and black shows, something a little different this year to acknowledge our juniors. It was a yellow Holstein Association tag that gets clipped onto your show harness. Just as a public service announcements, we want to make sure that your juniors have those on their bodies in the show, or else you will not be considered eligible for the junior recognition. So any juniors that have the yellow ear tag to acknowledge that you are a junior, please be sure that you have that. Also, just wanted to let everybody know that we have raffle tickets up here. There's a raffle calf that we have done for many, many years. The tickets are here at the junior promotion booth, and the winning ticket will be drawn tomorrow. The Heifer is currently in the King's Ransom string, and if you go to their string, they have a QR code, and you can actually buy tickets through Venmo. So great opportunity to support our organization and our juniors, and we thank King's Ransom for their generous donation. Judges lining up the black spring calves. We're looking to have our red winter calves on deck. And for those exhibitors that are interested in having photography done, we have Sybil Fisher here on the grounds over in the picnic area. So if you're interested in scheduling something for her, she's all set up looking for participants. And congratulations goes to entry number 226 for Curry Holsteins, and also your bred and owned winner with Curvale Harris Poppy. Your second place winner to Gabriel Canary with entry number 37, Canary Tango Lady in Red. Gabriel also is your first junior. And congratulations in third place to entry 266 to Bo Getty with Geno Source Cotton Candy, and who is also your second place junior. Congratulations to the winners. Judge Thomas, with your reasons.
Well, a really nice class of spring calves here to start off your Holstein show, and I think a handy winner in our first calf, a calf for me that is what a March calf should look like for this age and stage of the game. She's a calf that's extremely feminine up through her head and neck. She carries width and power. She's not the biggest calf in the class today, but a great-legged calf. I give her the advantage over the calf in second. She's got a little more length through her midsection today, a little more length up through her head and neck, a little cleaner all the way through than the really well-balanced red calf that'll be second. The calf in second over the calf in third has just a little more breed character up through her head and neck today, shows a little more femininity up through her head and neck, has just a little more drop to both fore and rear rib to go over the young man's calf here in third. The calf in third, the calf kept moving up in line. When you get her in line, she just shows more width all the way through, more width through her pins, width through her chest, width through her up through her muzzle to go over our fourth prize heifer. The heifer in fourth over the heifer in fifth shows me a little more spring of rib today. She's a calf that's also just has a little more length to her frame today to go over our fifth place calf. The heifer in fifth over the heifer in sixth. When you see him move around the ring, I just prefer her right through her loin region. I prefer her hardness through her loin, her strength through her loin to go over our sixth prize calf. Congratulations.
Now into the ring was our Class 2 and our Winter Heifer Calf class in the red and white show. My apologies, I forgot to announce Class 1 Spring Heifer Calves winners and results in the book. So starting at the top of the page on Class 1 and the Spring Heifer Calves for the red and white show, entry 284 was 8th. Entry 141 was 3rd and 2nd junior for Henry Peck. Entry 229 was 6th. Entry 164 was 4th. Entry 48 was 2nd for Duncan and Courtney Bailey. Entry 37 was your class winner and first junior for Gabriel Canary. Entry 151 was 5th, and entry 223 was 7th. The results of the last class, Spring Heifer Calves in the Black Show. For those keeping track in their books, entry number 284 was 19. Entry 267 was 15. Entry 32 was 17. Entry 266 was 3rd for Bo Getty, who is also 2nd junior with Geno Source Cotton Candy. Entry 55 was 10th. Entry 189 was 20th. Entry 202 was 12th. Entry 111 was 7th. Entry 96 was 9th. Entry 168 was 4th. Entry 48 was 13th. Entry 98 was 8th. Entry 226 was your class winner and best bred known for Curry Holsteins with Curvale Harris Poppy. Entry 34 was 11th. Entry 37 was 2nd and your first junior for Gabriel Canary with Canary Tango Lady in Red. Entry 92 was 5th. Turning the page, top of the next page, entry 100 was 16. Entry 151 was 18. Entry 265 was 14. And entry 281 was 6th. In the ring now is our Winter Heifer Calves of the Red and White Show. We'll be looking to have the Black and White Winter Calves on deck. And as a reminder, we need to be seeing the yellow ear tags for the junior exhibitors. our judges lining up our red and white winter heifer calves. We need to be having the black and white winter heifer calves on deck. A couple of announcements. We want to give a shout out to our ring crew this morning. Chrissy Putman, quick with a shovel. And the other fella in the ring is pining for Ringman of the Year award, Adam Little. And we also want to thank the Washington County Dairy Princess team for being here today to hand out ribbons. And that includes Maddie Ray, Evelyn Birch, and Adali Harsha. Assisting them is our 2025 New York State DJM, Lily Marshman, in the green jacket. So I'd like to thank those young ladies for their time here today. Congratulations goes to entry number 80, Tom Smith and Jennifer King, entry of Midas Touch Cruiser Red, your winning winter heifer calf and also your bred and owned winner. Second place, entry 112 to Isaac Foltz and Jana Lee Coleman with Valley Foltz Jana Lee Red, also your first entry junior. And third place, entry number 167 for Greg and Sherry Lloyd with Maple Downs Rompum Alley Red. Judge Thomas, with your thoughts.
In our red and white December calf class, a close placing here at the top, but the big advantage for me today, our first heifer, she just strides so much nicer on her feet and legs. She shows more width to her hock when you see her view her from behind, and I prefer the way she sets her foot down. The second heifer wants to knuckle, particularly worse on her right rear leg today. But taking nothing away from this real pretty heifer here in second. The heifer in second over the heifer in third. It is on her overall cleanliness, dairiness up through her head and neck today. And a heifer that's also stronger through her loin, keeps her pins down a little nicer for me today to go over our third heifer. The heifer in third over the dairy heifer coming out here in fourth just has more overall width and power all the way through. She's wider in her chest, wider up through her muzzle to me today to go over this fourth place heifer. The heifer in fourth over the heifer in fifth just shows a little more style. She's nicer right up at the point of shoulder for me today. A little fuller in behind her crops today to go over our fifth place heifer.
Now into the ring is our winter heifer calves in the black division. We'll be looking to have our fall red and whites on deck. Reviewing the last class, the winter heifer calves and the red and whites. For those following along in the book, top of the class list, entry number 112 was second for Isaac Foltz and Janalee Coleman, with Valley Foltz Janalee Red was also your first junior. Entry 31 was fifth. Entry 79 was sixth. Entry number 80 was first for Tom Smith and Jennifer King with Midas Touch Cruiser Red, also your bred and owned winner. Entry number 121 was fourth. Entry 203 was seventh. Entry 146 was eighth. Top of the page turned over. Entry number 153 was ninth. And entry 167 was third for Greg and Sherry Lloyd with Maple Downs Rompum Alley. our judges lining up our Class 2 in the black and whites, the winter heifer calves. We'll be looking to have our Class 3 in the red and white show the fall heifer calves to ringside. And congratulations to our class winner, entry number 24 for Eaton Holsteins and Curry Holsteins with Blondin Armor Laurel. Second place, entry number 95 to the Reynolds and Fly Higher. This is your second place and your first place bred and owned with Rogue Hulu Riptide. And in third place honors entry number 264 for Jack Getty with Cookie Cutter Arch Raisin. Also your first junior entry. Judge Thomas with his reasons.
A really, really nice class of calves all the way down. And I think these first four sort themselves to the top of the class for me quite handily. And I tried them a couple different ways. But the first heifer, she's just a little more my kind. She's square in her frame. She has a little more width when you see her. When you view her from the front today, she's a little nicer right up in her crops today, has a little more width all the way through. I do prefer the way the second heifer moves on her feet and legs all the time, but a heifer, when you got her in line, just doesn't hold herself together quite as nice as our first calf. The heifer in second over the heifer in third, just a little more on the way she's handling today. She's a little little cleaner all the way through and just handling herself a little nicer to go over this really square made heifer here in third. The heifer in third over a similar made heifer here in fourth just has that added bit more dairiness about her hide today. She's a little cleaner in her hide, a little cleaner right down there through the bone in her hock today to go over another really square made heifer in fourth. The heifer in fourth over the heifer in fifth just has that added more length and stretch all the way through. A little longer and leaner about her head and neck today to go over our fifth prize heifer. The heifer in fifth over the heifer in sixth has more width and power, more width through her chest floor, more width up through her muzzle today to go over our fifth prize heifer. Congratulations.
Now into the ring is our class 3 and our red and white show, our fall heifer calves. We need to be having our black and white fall calves on deck. There's only a handful of the reds showing. In reviewing class 2 of the black and white show, class that just left the ring, for those following along in the books, starting at the top of the class list in your book, entry 77 was 19. Entry 264 was third, and your first junior for Jack Getty with Cookie Cutter Arch Raisin. Entry 120 was 17. Entry 83 was 13. Entry 38 was 11. Entry 45 was 6. Entry 54 was 4th. Entry 94 was 16. Entry 165 was 5th and second junior. Entry 112 was 10th. Entry 49 was 14. Entry 79 was a scratch. Entry number 80 was 9th. Flipping the page. Entry number 90 was 8th. Entry 101 was 15. Entry number 1 was 7th. Entry 24 was your class winner for Eaton Holsteins and Curry Holsteins with Blondin Armor Lorette. Entry 30 was 18. Entry 95 was second in bred and owned for Reynolds, Fly Higher, and Elmlow Holsteins with Rogue Hulu Riptide. And rounding out the class, entry 187 was 12th. Congratulations to those winners. For those black and white exhibitors, we only have a handful of red and white fall calves. We'll be looking to get these black and white fall calves to ringside, please. And congratulations in our red and white ring for our winning entry of entry number 39 to Ava Canary. It was also your first junior with Canary Analyst Nala. Second place honors goes to entry number 280, Deer Flats Farm with Boardwalk WR Shar Red. And in third place, Entry number 6 to Maple Downs, Petervale and Dwayne Tillapaw with Kerrvale, Bahama Mama. Judge Thomas, with your thoughts.
Well, a nice class of red fall calves here, and a pretty handy winner for me today in the first half. Our heifer that easily has the best feet and legs in the class today. I give her the advantage over the heifer in second on the way she tracks on both her front and rear legs today. She shows more width between her hock when moving away from you, and also stands a little more squarely on her front legs when you get her in line. Closer placing here between second and third, very similar made heifers, but the second heifer is just a little more open in her rib structure today, shows a little more fullness about her rib, shows a little more spring to back through her rear flank and up through her barrel to go over the heifer here in third. The heifer in third over the heifer in fourth, it isn't that added length and style and stretch all the way through. The heifer in fourth over the heifer in fifth just shows me more dairiness and quality. The heifer in fifth over the heifer coming out in sixth, she's harder in her top today. She's nicer right through her loin and up through her shoulder today to go over our sixth price heifer.
Now into the ring is our Class 3, our black and white fall heifer calves. We're looking to have our red and white summer yearlings on deck. In reviewing our Class 3 fall heifer calves in the red and white show, starting at the top of the page with entry 128 was fourth. Entry number 50 was fifth. Entry number 6 was third for Maple Downs Farms, Petervale and Dwayne Tillapaw with Kerrvale, Bahama Mama. Entry 39 was first in your first junior and your first bred and owned with Canary Analyst Nala. Entry 142 was sixth, and entry 280 was second for Deer Flats Farm with Boardwalk WR Shar. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Our judge is lining up the Class 3 fall black Class 3 black fall heifer calves. So we're looking for our Class 4 red summer yearlings to be on deck. If you have a red summer yearling, you should be making your way to ringside. Just as a heads up, as we get into the red and white show and the yearling, those classes are relatively small. So if I call the reds to be on deck, I actually mean the blacks too. Just as a reminder, we have Sybil Fisher here doing photography. Anybody wants to get their heifers or their class winners or any other animals pictured, come see Sybil. We'll get those done. Also, as a reminder, we have for one day only, the New York Junior Association is selling the merchandise. So anybody needs some swag for the fall shows, come on up. We also have tickets available for the raffle calf that resides in King's Ransom's Row. And we have tickets available here as well as several juniors out and about selling those. Great way to support the organization. And a congratulations to our winning entry in our black and white fall calves. Entry number 179 for Hannah Adams, also your first place junior with Ridgedale W Max Overdrive. Second place, entry number 99 to Rencrest Farm with MB Lucky Lady I Catch a Ride. And third place, entry 201 for Rivercross and Post Haven with Peace and Plenty, Flaz Jalen. Judge Thomas with his thoughts.
Well, an exceptional class of calves here, and I think a pair of calves that sorted themselves to the top of the class for me. And with that being said, the calf on top, she does so quite handily. A heifer, she's my kind. She's dairy, she's wide, she's square, she's open in her rib structure today, and she uses that overall dairiness and quality about her hide. She's a little more open in her rib structure to go over the really nice heifer here in second. The heifer in second over the heifer in third. She's nicer in her leg today. She tracks with more squareness between her hocks today. She's nicer the way she sets her foot down today to go over another nice made heifer here in third. The heifer in third over the heifer in fourth. I just prefer natural slope through her hooks or her pins, her natural hardness through her loin today, and a heifer that's just a little more modern in her makeup to go over the square-framed heifer in fifth. Or in fourth, I'm sorry. The heifer in fourth over the heifer in sixth. It's on her overall dairiness and quality all the way through. The heifer in fifth over the heifer in sixth. She just holds herself together nicer all the times today. She's harder about that top line when you see her move around the ring. Nicer right up through her crops today to go over our sixth prize heifer.
Now into the ring is our red summer yearlings. Reviewing the last class in the black and whites for the class 3 in the fall heifer calves. Starting at the top of the page, entry number 71 was 15. Entry 91 was 7th. Entry 128 was a scratch. Entry 133 was 4th, and your breastbred known for Zimba, Hippen, and Retzo Holsteins with Miss Cabo's Cocoa Drill. Entry 21 was 6th. Entry number 50 was a scratch. Entry number 70 was 13. Entry 273 was 9th. Flipping the page, entry number 99 was 2nd for Rencrest with MB Lucky Lady I Catch a Ride. Entry 61 was 11th. Entry 201 was 3rd for Rivercross and Post Haven with Peace and Plenty Flaz Jalen. Entry 39 was 5th and 2nd junior. Entry 97 was 8th. Entry 179 was 1st and 1st junior for Hannah Adams with Ridgedale W Max Overdrive. Entry number 180 was 10th. Entry 159 was 12th. And entry 177 was 14th. In the ring now is our red and white summer yearlings, and the judges placed this class. We need our black and white summer yearlings to be at ringside with the red and white spring yearlings on deck. Calling the red and white spring yearlings to be on deck. Is that what he's doing? Okay. And winning our summer yearlings in the red and white ring, entry number 113 to Isaac Foltz and Jana Lee Coleman, also your first junior in bred and owned with Valley Foltz J.D. Jody Red. Second place for Maple Downs and Peter Vale with McGar Farms Revive. Judge Thomas with his reasons.
Just 2 entries here in your red and white summer yearling class, but a nice heifer to win the class with. I give her the advantage over the heifer in second. She's harder over her top fuller up through her crops. Shows a little more dairiness and quality all the way through to go over another square made heifer coming out here in second.
Judge is lining up the summer yearlings in the black show. So we're looking for our lone entry for our spring yearling in the red. So as a reminder, we need to get our spring yearlings in the blacks to ringside as well. And congratulations goes to entry number 44, Sherry Keats for Lundcrest Dropbox America, your winning summer yearling. Entry number 261, second place for Mary Walker with Pineland Bullseye Honey Bun, who's also your first junior. And in third place and second junior with Isaac Foltz and Jana Lee Coleman with Valley Foltz JD Jody Red. Judge Thomas with his reasons.
Another nice class of heifers here and a close placing at the top. But for me, the first heifer just has that added bit more width and strength all the way through. Width up through her front end, width through her chest, floor width through her muzzle. And also a heifer for me, when they move around the ring, she just takes a longer stride for me. Shows me a little more flex up through her thorough and up through her rear legs to go over the really dairy refined heifer here in second. The heifer in second over the heifer in third. For me, she's a little more moderate in her frame, but the big advantage I give her, she's nicer down through her foot. She sets her foot down nicer for me today. The third heifer just wants to knuckle over a little bit. The heifer in third over the heifer in fourth, she has a little more overall spring to her rib, more width to that midsection. She's fuller about her barrel, fuller back through her rear flank today than our fourth place heifer. The heifer in fourth over the heifer in fifth, she's just tied in a little nicer up through her front end. She's fuller in her crops today, shows a little more style when you see her move around the ring than our fifth prize heifer. The heifer in fifth over the heifer in sixth, she's got a nicer quality in her bone today. Shows me a little more femininity all the way through to go over another really powerful heifer coming out here in fifth.
Now into the ring is our lone entry for our spring yearling in the red show. We'll be looking to have our black spring yearlings on deck. Reviewing class 4, the summer yearling class that just left the ring in the black show. Starting at the top of the class list, entry number 261 was second for Mary Walker and was first junior with Pineland Bullseye Honey Bun. Entry number 44 was first for Sherry Keats with Lundcrest Dropbox America. Entry 181 was fifth. Entry 256 was fourth. Entry 5 was seventh. Entry 220 was sixth. Entry 76 was eighth. And entry 113 was third and second junior with Valley Foltz JD Jody for Isaac Foltz and Jana Lee Coleman. And winning your class in the spring yearling is Evan Atherton with Maple Downs PVDB Daria. Judge Thomas.
Well, just a single entry here in your red spring yearling, but a nice wide square heifer here to win the class today.
There's only a handful of our spring yearlings in the black show. So if we can have our winter yearling class 6, our winter yearlings in the black show on deck, please. And winning our class number 5, our spring yearling heifers. Congratulations goes to number entry 88 for Rencrest with Rencrest Han Limoncello. And entry number 219 in second place for Carrie Telgen with Robeth Hulu Bon Appetit. And in third place, an added entry in your book from the red and white class, Evan Atherton with entry number 85 with Maple Downs PVDB Daria. Judge Thomas with his thoughts.
Just 4 entries here in your spring yearling class, but a really handy winner in the first heifer. Heifer that just overwhelms the rest of the class with their overall style or balance or with to her midsection today. Springer rib to carry over the heifer in second. The heifer in second over the heifer in third. Its owner added dairiness and quality all the way through. The heifer in third over the heifer in fourth. Just a little square in her frame today, a little more smooth blending in her parts today to go over our fourth price heifer.
Now into the ring, class 6, our winter yearling heifers in the red show. There's only 3 entries. We'll be looking to have our entries from the black and white winter yearling class on deck. This is a heads up, our judges lining up our red and whites. We need to see our black and white winter yearlings at ringside. I only see a couple down there. As a heads up, there are no entries in the fall yearlings in the red and white breed. So we will need to see our black and white fall yearlings to ringside following the completion of this class. Congratulations in our Class 600 winter yearling in the red division. Entry number 262, Ford Getty with Little Home AC Mango, your first place and your first place junior. Second place honors goes to Redencrest Farm and Fly Higher with Ray Cug D Hothead, entry number 93. And third place to Duncan and Courtney Bailey with MD Hill BTU Icebox. Judge Thomas with his thoughts.
Well, in our red and white winter yearling class, a handy winner for me in the first heifer. Heifer that just overwhelms the second heifer in her width up through her front end, her strength of front end, and also a heifer that tracks more squarely on her hind feet and legs today to go over the big extreme heifer here in second. The heifer in second over the heifer in third, just a little stronger right through her loin today, just a little nicer right in front of her grove bone and her loin. But it is a close place in here between the second and third heifer. I do grant that the third heifer does have a little more width, but just not quite nice enough over her top today to get her in that second hole.
our judges lining up our winter yearling heifers, so we need to have our fall yearlings on deck. There's only 2 entries in the fall yearling in the black and whites. There are no red and whites for that class. So we're going to be looking to have our red and white show start out with the selection of junior champion, and we're going to be looking for the following entries. Entries number 37 from Gabe Canary, entry 141 from Henry Peck, entry 112 from the Foltzes, entry 121 from Foltz and Coleman, entry 39 from Canary, entry 113 from Foltz, entry 85 from Evan Atherton, and entry 262 from Ford Getty. Those animals need to be sort of on deck or in the radar for our selection of junior champion of the red and white show junior division. And I will shortly be calling, well, while we're at it, what the heck. Senior winners on the red and white show, we'll be looking for the following animals. Entry 137 for Canary, entry 48 for Duncan Bailey, entry 80 for, I don't know who is entry number 80. Entry 112 from Foltz, entry 39 from Canary, entry 280 from Deer Flats, entry 113 from Foltz, entry 5 from Maple Downs, entry 262 from Fort Getty, and entry 93 from Rencrest and Fly Higher. Those animals could be making their way to ringside for our selection of our red and white junior champion in the upcoming moments. And congratulations in our winter yearling heifer for entry number 89, Rencrest, with Rencrest Master Gilly. Second place goes to entry number 196, Anthony, Adam, and Kennedy Little with Rencrest Master Lenient. And in third place, entry number 134, Mason Zimba with Genosource voiceover. Judge Thomas with his thoughts.
Well, not a large class, but a nice class, and I think a handy winner in the first heifer, a heifer that just overwhelms the rest of the class in her overall style, balance, prettiness all the way through. I give her the advantage over the heifer in second. She's got that added bit more substance to her right up through her front end today, back through her rear flank, and a heifer that's maybe just holding herself just a little nicer right in through her rump region today. To go over a very similar made heifer coming here in second. The heifer in second over the heifer in third has more breed character up through her head and neck, has a little more overall length through her frame today. The heifer in third over the heifer in fourth just shows me more dairiness and quality all the way through. The heifer in fourth over the red heifer coming out here in fifth. She's got a little more depth of both fore and rear rib for me today, and just maybe a little more added width and power all the way through.
Now into the ring is our fall yearling heifers. Again, we're looking for our red and white winners, first and second place of the junior division, to be at ringside for the selection of junior champion of the red and white show. In reviewing Class 6, the winner yearling heifer, starting at the top of the page for those that are keeping score, entry number 46 was fourth. Entry 51 was a scratch. Entry 262 was fifth and second junior. Entry 89 was your class winner for Rencrest Farm with Rencrest Master Gilly. Also your bred and owned winner, entry number 134, was third and first junior for Mason Zimba with Genosource voiceover. And entry number 196 was second for Adam, Anthony, and Kennedy Little with Rencrest Master Lenient. And congratulations on our Class 7, our fall yearling heifer. Our winner is entry number 41 for Ava Canary. Also your first junior Canary Chief Annabelle. Second place honors and also second junior was entry 282 to Wyatt Nolan with Twin Maples Wars Sunshine.
Just 2 entries here in your fall yearling class in a close placing, but I give the advantage to the first heifer. She's a little stronger through her loin today. Keeps her pins down just a little nicer for me today, and maybe just shows me it has a little added more style as you see her move around the ring to go over another nice heifer coming out here in second.
Just as a heads up for our red and white exhibitors, following the selection of red and white junior champion of the senior show, we're going to do our best 3 class. We're going to totally put the red and white heifer show to bed, and then we're going to jump into the black and white junior champions. So if you have a junior best 3 in the red and white show, you should probably be making your way in the next 10 to 15 minutes or sooner to ringside.
as these young kids bring their heifers out here and line them up head to toe, if you would give these young kids a nice round of applause. I've pulled the three out for your selection of junior champion, reserve, and honorable mention of your youth red and white show, and they're three very similar made heifers. They're balanced heifers that have dairy strength. I'll go out and I'll select your junior champion, your reserve, and your honorable mention in that order, and if you would, receive them with a nice round of applause. Well, for me, the March calf, she's my style of calf. She's balanced, square, great-legged. Got the right slope from hooks to pins today. I give her the advantage over the senior calf. She just shows a little more dairiness and quality all the way through. Our senior calf over our December calf for honorable mention. It's on her feet and legs. She's nicer down through her foot. She tracks with more width between her hock today on both front and rear legs today to go over our the really pretty December calf. That'll be your honorable mention. Congratulations.
And a congratulations to entry number 37 for Gabriel Canary. You're our junior champion of the junior show in the red and whites with Canary Tango Lady in red. Reserve junior champion, also a Canary animal, entry number 39 with Canary Analyst Nala, exhibited by Ava Canary. And your honorable mention, your winning winner heifer calf for Valley Foltz, Jana Lee Red for Isaac Foltz and Jana Lee Coleman. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now if we can get our senior division red and white winners, first and second place, into the ring, we'll have our selection of junior champion. Following that class will be our best three junior females. There's only a couple of those, and then we'll dive into back into the black and whites for the selection of junior champion in both the junior and senior shows.
If you would put your hands together for the red and white exhibitors here. Hasn't been huge numbers, but the quality's been exceptional. We pulled the 5 heifers out that are the most our kind. They're square-framed heifers with dairy strength, heifers that, but yet have style and balance when you see them move around the ring. I'll go out and I'll select your junior champion, your reserve, and your honorable mention in that order, and if you would, receive them with a nice round of applause. For me, the March calf, she's the most balanced, most correct calf out here today. You love the dairy strength, the style she has, a heifer that moves exceptionally well on her feet and legs. And I give her the advantage, like I said, in our fall calf, just being that added bit more dairiness and quality and femininity up through her head and neck. Our reserve overall honorable mention, it's on feet and legs. She's a heifer that's nicer down through her foot, stands more squarely on her rear legs today. To go over a nice dairy framed heifer, that'll be your honorable mention. Congratulations.
And congratulations goes to Gabriel Canary again for entry number 37 with Canary Tango Lady in Red, your junior champion of our open show, our winning spring calf from this morning. Reserve junior champion honors goes to also Ava Canary, entry number 39 with Canary Analyst Nala. She's reserve junior champion in your first place fall calf. And in in an honorable mention, entry number 280 for Deer Flats Farm with Boardwalk WR Shar Red is your honorable mention. Congratulations to the winners. So as our junior best threes and our red and white show come in, we're going to be looking for the following entries for our black and white show in the junior division. We got a man down in the center ring. We're going to be looking for, in our spring calves, entry 37 for Gabe Canary and Isaac Foltz. In our winter calves, Jack Getty and Rowdy Pope. Entry number 179 for Hannah Adams in our fall calves, and entry 39 for Ava Canary. Entry 261 for Mary Walker in our summer yearlings, and entry 113 for Foltz and Coleman. Our spring yearlings, entry number 85 for Evan Atherton and Aaron Sipperly. In our winter yearlings, entry 134 for Mason Zimba and entry 262 for Ford Getty. And in our fall yearlings, entry 41 for Ava Canary and entry 282 for Wyatt Nolan. Those individuals need to be at ringside for the selection of our junior champion in our black and white show for the juniors. Following that class, we'll be looking for entries number 226 from Curry Holstein, 37 from Gabe Canary, entry 24 from Eaton and Curry Holsteins, entry 95 for Reynolds, Fly Higher and Elmlow, entry 179 from Hannah Adams, entry 99 from Rencrest, entry 44 from Sherry Keats, entry 261 from Mary Walker, entry 88 from Rencrest, entry 219 from Carrie Telgen, entry 89 from Rencrest, entry 196 from Littleholm, and again entry 41 from Ava Canary, and entry 282 from Wyatt Nolan. Those animals will be in contention for our selection of junior champion of the black and white open show. Congratulations goes to Isaac Foltz for his winning selection of junior best three females of the red and white show.
Well, just one entry here in your junior best three, but a nice uniform group. All three dairy framed, dairy frame kind of heifers here to win the group class. Congratulations. If you would give these young kids a nice round of applause. I think all four of these heifers stood up in the class fairly high in the open division here. It is something you guys should be proud of. I'm going to go out and I'll select your junior champion, your reserve, and your honorable mention in that order. And if you would receive them with a nice round of applause. Or for me, in your youth division, this fall calf wins this quite handily. She's my style. She has dairy strength. She's open about her midsection. Great set of feet and legs, wide up through her muzzle, hard over her top. I give her the advantage over our March calf, just on maturity all the way through. The March calf, I think, most closely follows the pattern of the fall calf. Our reserve over honorable mention, when they stand, she's just a little nicer right up through her shoulder, right up through her chine to go over this long frame calf. That'll be your honorable mention. Congratulations again to the breeders and exhibitors.
And a congratulations goes to entry number 179 for Hannah Adams with Ridgedale W Max Overdrive, your winning fall heifer calf and junior champion of the junior division in the black and whites. Reserve champion honors continues to roll for Gabe Canary with entry number 37 with Canary Tango Lady in Red, your reserve junior champion. An honorable mention, entry number 264 for Jack Getty with Cookie Cutter Arch Raisin. So congratulations to those exhibitors. Now into the ring will be our open division first and second place winners for the selection of junior champion in the open show, black and white. And following that class, this upcoming class of junior champion, we'll have our junior best three females, which will end up capping our show this morning.
Well, if you would put your hands together for the breeders and exhibitors here in New York, just a tremendous lineup of heifers. They're heifers that are going to go on. They're going to do well all year. They're going to do well at the big shows. It won't be the last time you see them. I pulled out the six that are most my kind, the March calf, just a balanced calf. The pair of December calves, close in their class. Beautiful balanced calves, great legged calves. Our senior calf, tremendous dairy strength. Our second place senior calf follows in that mold. And our winter yearling, a heifer that's getting on a little older in age, but still she's refined and balanced all the way through. These are my kind of heifers. They're balanced, correct, wide chests, good legs. I'm going to go out and I'm going to select your junior champion, your reserve, and your honorable mention in that order. If you would, receive them with a big round of applause. For me, this fall calf, she's my style. Tremendous dairy strength, open rib. She has the width and power to go on and make a cow if she has a great udder. Tremendous set of feet and legs. I give her the advantage over our winter yearling. She's nicer right down through her foot. She shows a little more added width when you view her from the front for her age. Closer here between reserve and honorable mention. But the winter yearling just has that added bit more length and stretch to her all the way through. Congratulations again to the breeders and exhibitors.
And a special congratulations to entry number 179 for Hannah Adams with Ridgedale W Max Overdrive, your junior champion winner of the Open Show in the black and white. Our reserve junior champion, entry number 89, goes to Rencrest Farm with Rencrest Master Gilly, your winning winter yearling heifer. And honorable mention honors goes to entry number 24 for Eaton and Curry Holsteins. And I'm trying. Your winter heifer calf winner with Blonde and Armor Lorette. So congratulations to those exhibitors and breeders of those cows. For our final class on the black and white show, we're going to have our junior best threes after our photo ops. As we wrap up our show in our black and white for our inaugural Northeast Summer National Show, just a couple public service announcements. The fairgrounds wanted us to know that 2 o'clock, the radar shows in a severe thunderstorm coming through the area. So that's an hour away. So if you can button down the hatches and make sure the truck's windows are rolled up, you might want to be thinking about that in the back of your mind. And just as a reminder, our showmanship will start promptly at 3 o'clock this afternoon. So those exhibitors that are involved in that, be ready to rock and roll at 3 o'clock for that. And then tomorrow morning, starting with the youngest in showmanship, and then starting tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, we'll commence with our cow classes in the red and white show. So congratulations to Rencrest Farm for their winning entry Junior Best 3, and congratulations in second place to Canary Dairy. Judge Thomas with his thoughts.
Two really nice groups here in your junior best 3, but the first group just has the advantage in their overall maturity and uniformity all the way through as a group to go over another really nice group here in second. Congratulations again to the breeders and exhibitors.